Hello. Oh, I woke up today feeling a bit better. I've actually not been doing super well this week. I was like, finally, I'm doing better. And then I made some nice breakfast. I cleaned up from yesterday because my friend came over to help me get my new dishwasher up on the countertop. Then we didn't actually manage to install it because it seems tricky. So that's something I will figure out. Um, but I cleaned up after yesterday and now I'm tired again. So I don't know. I feel like I would love to take a nap. But I think today we're just going to try to power through. But so fun that we are some people that would love to join for some sprints. Barbara is here. Hello. Yeah, it's going. I am sleepy. But besides that, it's going good. I put on red lipstick today, which people who have known me for a while know that we used to be my look every day, and I haven't really been wearing lipstick for the past year or so, just because I was on a medication that dried your lips out, and it was a nightmare. But now I thought, why not? I tried to read, but kept falling asleep. Maybe with some sprints, I'll get more done. Yeah, maybe we can give each other energy, or you can just sleep, nap. How are you doing, by the way? How are you feeling? Are you still pretty sick? I hope you feel better, because I don't know, being sick is the worst, and also napping is the best. Hello, Nana. I did, however, I didn't have time to listen to all the songs that you recommended yet, but I did listen to Deja Vu. And there's so many people in that band. I need to study them a bit more. It's like a bigger group. Hello, Gothic Rose. What's your name? Let me know. Or maybe you prefer to be called Gothic Rose. Maybe it's Rose. I don't know. Nice to meet you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I really do hope I'll be feeling much better by next week, because it would be nice to go out and do some fun things. I do have sound healing planned for Tuesday. Like, you get to lie down in a room and then they play those bowls, I think. I am so beyond excited. It's like 90 minutes of that. So by then I need to be healthy so I can relax. I haven't done anything besides sleeping and scrolling so far. So yes, let's give each other some energy. Yes, it's so easy to scroll. I would love to have days scrolling, but then you just feel so unproductive. But also, you were up quite late, weren't you? Larissa, that's a beautiful name. Love it. Nice to meet you. How long would you like the sprints to be? I think the setting right now is for 45 minutes. But I usually do like an hour sprints, but we could do whatever you want, honestly. Let me know what you prefer, and then we can sort of set them to a more reasonable time frame that works for everyone. I did, however, change it out for, let's see if I can fix this so you see it a bit more closely. I did, however, put stars because so whenever we do a sprint, it'll give us a star once we're finished. I think that's what we need today. Stuff like that works so well for me. Like, someone give me a sticker and I'll do gladly anything. There's 8 of them. Yeah, that's quite a big group. I don't know much about K-pop anymore. I used to be so into it. So like the old school K-pop groups, I'm very familiar with. Like I think it's the third wave, it's called. Them I know a lot about. I might even have some old CDs and stuff from that time. And then I feel like a lot of the groups were maybe 5, 6 people, but I feel like they've gone bigger. And also, I guess, Super Junior and stuff were a lot of people. All the SM entertainment groups were usually quite big. 45 or 60 work well for me. Okay, yeah. Maybe we can start with 60 and then take it down if it feels like too much, I guess. Let me see if I need to change something in the actual reading timer or if it's good enough. I think I just need to do this. Yeah. Cool. Now it's been updated. And then we can, if we feel ourselves getting like super tired, which I guess we already are, but if we feel ourselves getting super tired, we can always just take it down to 45. Because I think 45 you can be more, like, what am I trying to say? I want to speak Swedish. With 45 minutes, you can be more like focused, productive in a way. And then you get to yap for more, which is also nice. What are you guys going to get up to in the first sprint? Let me know. I know that with the challenge and everything going on, you probably all have your things. I had on my challenge to read 2 chapters of a nonfiction book, and I essentially meant this one because I'm going through it so slowly, and it's because after every chapter I have to summarize notes for each chapter, and I got a head start. So in the middle of the night yesterday when I couldn't sleep, I did read a chapter of this, and I need to summarize those notes. I think this book has been great so far. I've learned so many things about physiology or just in general about exercise, about rest. But I felt like the last episode was about fighting and it was a dud for me. It wasn't great. So I don't know how much time I'll spend summarizing everything that was in it because I simply just sort of felt like there were some gender stereotypes that I weren't super fan of. So we'll see. But then I have about 6 chapters left to read in this, and each chapter always takes like 48 minutes to read. So that's a lot of hours still to get through. So hopefully if I take some times during this sprint, I could maybe summarize the notes, read another chapter, and then we do 2 more chapters or something, and then I'm almost on my way to being done. So that's what the first sprint is going to be for me. Hi, reading All the Best for the Future by Greg James. Ooh, that sounds nice. Let me look that up. All the Best for the Future. Oh, it's that one. I feel like I saw it yesterday when I was snooping around your YouTube channel. I was watching your latest video. That's where I know it from, because I remember his face. My challenge is reading The Wise Man's Fear by Patrick Rothfuss, only on page 19 out of 927. That's a thick book. The Wise Man's Fear. The Wise Man's Fear. Oh, this looks cool. Is this like... It's a fantasy. Ooh, cool. I am so bad with fantasy. I need to read more. I've never heard of that before, but that is cool. We'll see how far you get then. And hi, Kate. I'm going to start the Anne of the Island audiobook while having breakfast and then either crochet or tackling the desk drawers. Oh, nice. I hope that will be a good time. Good biography. Yep, it was in my latest video. Okay, yeah, because that was what I did before I started reading nonfiction in the middle of the night. I was also watching your video. Oh, Larissa, you're reading Wise Man's Fear. Fantastic book, but still not sequel. Ooh, okay. So Barbara is cementing the fact that it's a good book. Then you have a nice time in front of you, I guess. But yeah, maybe let's just get started with our first sprint and then we can come back and chat some more. Kate will be continuing with your 24-hour challenge, right? You've got 17 hours left and I'm still up to 10 books so far. That is absolutely amazing. I want to hear about all the books that you've read once you've finished. First laundry and trying to get my teenager to do his homework. Yeah, that is a feat. Hopefully all goes smoothly, especially with the homework, and then you can get through more hours on your timer. But that's such a good job so far. I know, cries. Okay, but let's get started with the actual sprint, and we'll come back in an hour and chat some more. And I wish you all the best with your goals. So happy to hang out with you today. Let's see. I will start the reading timer now. Okay, see you soon. Okay, so our sprint is finished. How did you do? I know I said I was going to summarize notes and read some nonfiction. I didn't do that at all. But one of my other goals for this weekend was to put up some books. I am trying out to sell some books on Vinted. And so I started doing that. I found some nice fabrics from my closet, my fabric closet, because I like to sew. And then I took some nice pictures and I got them up on Vinted, and I managed to upload the final book right as the clock struck 0, or the timer struck 0. So I think I did pretty good. I'm so happy with having finished that. Let's see. Kate says, mostly graphic novels, but I did manage After the Funeral by Agatha Christie. What did you think of that one? I love Agatha Christie novels. I love a good whodunit. Did you enjoy it? I don't think I've read that specific one. I still have a lot of her books to get through. Hello, Lacey. Nice to hang out. Luna's here as well. Hey, Luna. Managed to write 214 words that sprint. That's so nice. What are you writing on? I think that's a great job. I only looked at small photo printers for journaling. I think picking out tech is always a hassle, and it takes forever to figure out what you want. But then usually you never regret such a purchase, right? So do your research. Did you find anything good? If so, share with the rest of us. Read 3 chapters, started a 4th. That's so good. Got to page 41 of Somewhere Beyond the Sea. Very slow progress. I don't think so. I think 41 pages in an hour is amazing. That's usually what I would manage to muster as well, especially if you're also engaging with what you're reading. So I wouldn't say that's a very slow progress. The book has short chapters. Well, it would have been amazing, and it is amazing, even so. Luna says, hi, Renee. Renee says, hi, Luna. Well done. That sounds so productive. Thank you. Thank you. And Luna says, hi, Paula. Ooh. What's your Vinted link or name? I'd like to check it out. Of course, I can share that with you. I am very new to this thing. How do I share? I think this would, I'm adding the link to the chat now. I think this should be good. Or lead to where you need to go. But then you can see all the nice pictures I took. I don't know what is up with me, because I cannot, for the life of me, take a photo where the subject of my photo is straight or in line with the borders. So I had to fix that manually. Oh, it's not Lacey. That's your name. Is Paula, is it? I think that I recall this from Hermes Friends. I have read 31 pages and hung the laundry. That's so nice. Good job. Good job on that. I think laundry is one of the most exhausting things. Out of the chores that I dislike the most, washing your dishes or doing dishes by hand is definitely the first one. But laundry comes close as a second. I don't know if it's just because here in Sweden we also have laundry rooms, and my laundry room especially is you have to share it with someone else, and I don't know. I object to random strangers seeing my dirty underwear. Yeah, I guess the laundry room is nice in a sense that you get like fancy machines and stuff, because I wouldn't have that on my own, to be honest. Now I'm just blabbering. I'm writing the first book in my work in progress fantasy trilogy I'm writing. Ooh, that sounds cool. Once you have anything to share, I would love to read. Seems like the Canon Zoe Me 2 is pretty good. Oh, so a mini maybe. I don't know what kind of word I made up there. But that sounds good. I heard Canon have pretty good printers. I do have a Canon printer, I think, a fancy big one, because at one point I thought I was going to start a sticker business. I don't know. I've tried so many different things. I am a person with constant projects, and my sister is really good at illustration. She's a great graphic designer, and so I was convinced that if she made the designs, I could sell all the stickers. So I have so much stuff in my storage unit, like a fancy printer, and I also have little envelopes that you can't like break in case you wanted to put prints in them and stuff. I don't know. I need to find a use case for those. I had breakfast, unloaded the dishwasher, and did a fast clean of the kitchen. Got to 14% in Anna the Island. That's so productive too. That's very nice. What did you eat? I don't know. I feel like breakfast foods are so different depending on where you come from. Oh, and here I shared my Vinted link. And Luna says, hi, Nana. I wish we had Norwegian Vinted. I actually had to look this up the other day because I've seen people who speak Norwegian put up listings and such, but then I realized you do not actually have it. And I know you kind of have ties, right? Because one of my friends used to work there, and he said that the office was located in Norway, so I assume it's a Norwegian company. But yeah, hopefully it comes soon. It exists in so many other countries, so yeah. It's Paula, right, correct. I've been on Hermes Sprints and in the Discord. I will remember this now. I don't know why I thought it was Lacey, but it's nice to meet you again. Hi, Luna, saying we don't have it in Switzerland either. I think I was I was so slow with the whole Vinted thing. My friends were all on it. My coworker is like a Vinted expert. And then now I'm a little bit obsessed. I bought so many cool things. I bought a book that I couldn't find anywhere else for like 11 crowns. It is a very niche book. And then I also bought a tie that looks like a piano that you can actually play the piano on. So obviously I'm not buying anything that is super useful so far, but I do enjoy being on there. Oh yeah, did the dishwasher arrive on Thursday? Sorry, I dropped out the sprints then. I fell asleep. Yes, it did arrive. And yesterday my friend came over and we lifted it up on the bench, and now I have no idea how to install it because it seems like the threads that I have on my tap are not compatible with the dishwasher. And there are some threads, like there's something underneath like my cabinet that might work, but then I don't understand how that's supposed to work. So I think I need to talk to the man who runs maintenance on my building and see, because I talked to him and he said, get yourself one on the counter instead of pulling out one of the cabinets. So I assume other people in the building have this, and then maybe he can give me some advice, because I don't know. I'm so glad we have our own laundry room. I haven't had a shared laundry room since I lived in student accommodation. Yeah. I also always used to have my own, like even here, you would just like book your time slot, but you could lock the room whenever it was your turn. I don't know, for some reason for this building, there's a lot of people living here, and so they've split it up, but I don't want to be in the laundry room together with someone I don't know. I like to be in the laundry room and, I don't know, listen to music and sing out loud. And final writing phase before final edit, we'll share when finished. Hermie has read it and loved it. Oh, that's good. I bet it's going to be amazing. So exciting then. So exciting. That's so cool. I'm always so impressed by people who can write and who can write fantasy. Fantasy seems like a difficult genre to write good. I used to have a big Canon photo printer, but I'm sure it doesn't work anymore. It's dusting away in my flat on the other side of Norway. Oh, yeah. I think printers, why are they not developing into being cooler and better? A lot of the times they are still such a frustrating experience. But a small one sounds good, especially for journaling. I've seen those where you can like instant print things. Very good. Yes, we have ties, but all the sizes are always small, and it's mostly clothes. Yeah. I think compared to Vinted, probably it's not as smooth of an experience. In Sweden, we also have something called Tradera that I used a lot for a while, but I find that frustrating as well. I did, however, buy my Canon printer off of Tradera for a very nice price. I had potatoes and eggs. It's not the very typical breakfast here, but it's already 3 p.m., so maybe it was a late lunch, actually. Yes, maybe it was a late lunch, brunch. Potatoes and eggs is very nice. So what is Vinted? An online thrift store? Yes, it's an app or a digital store where you can list your items, and it's very nice for the seller, I think. I've never sold anything. But then you can essentially, when you buy something, they fix everything for you. So it's easy for the seller to ship it off. And everything I bought, even though I just bought very strange things, have been very nice from there. Never heard of it before today. Yeah, I think it's not available in many countries, but it's very big in Sweden where I live. Is it a bench dishwasher? You might be able to connect it to the tap. Yes, it is one. It's just that my tap is a bit too thin. Like when the end of it has like threads around it, where you're supposed to connect the wire for or like the hose for the dishwasher, and it's not the right size. And it's probably solvable by just buying some sort of attachment. I just don't know how everyone else around the building has done it. And for some Swedish households, you kind of have your tap, and then there's a thing on the back side of the dishwasher that you can attach the hose to, so you can actually also use your tap. You couldn't use it when you're using this dishwasher at the same time, but you don't have to unscrew this hose every time you want to use use the tap, essentially. So I'm wondering what these other households in my building, how they have solved it. We'll see. I think that everything is always like such a hassle to do. It's never straightforward, but I'll focus on one step at a time. You used to have one, yeah. I'm so happy that I have bought it. I will be even happier when it works. I spent that sprint on Amazon looking for a heating pad for my back and neck. Oh no, are they hurting? Heating pads are one of the best things on this planet. I have one of those little pillows with like wheat in it. Does it actually have wheat in it? That's just what it's called in Swedish, a wheat pillow. And then you can heat it up either in your oven or in your microwave. And I didn't buy it myself. It was my dad's wife who gave it to me as a gift, but she knows one or two things about the world because I've used it so many times and it's been a lifesaver many times. Yeah, I do need an attachment, I think. But I also don't want to do something and then there's like a water leak or something. So if there is a man who could come help me, I wouldn't say no. Yeah, should we get into another sprint maybe? What are you guys getting up to? I think that for the next sprint, I will actually do what I said I was going to do. I will summarize my notes and then read another chapter. We'll see how long it takes. I might not have time for both since the chapters take forever to get through, and summarizing the notes also takes me some while. But since I didn't like the last chapter, I'm sure I'll skip a bunch of the parts. It talked a lot about monkeys and how monkeys have different levels of aggression. And then it talked about that there are different types of violence or aggression. There's like reactive and then proactive, and how humans evolved to become more proactive aggressors. We are less so that if someone were to grab my Kindle from my hands, I might not necessarily punch them, although there are people who would do that. But we are much more like we plan out wars and such. I don't know. That was an interesting part of the chapter, but that's essentially the summary, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Once you get it to work, you'll be so happy. Yes. I will, I will be so happy. I will become a cook once I get it to work. I will have so less housework also because the dishes are what takes me the most time in life, and it's the bane of my existence, which is probably a first world problem, to be honest. I should probably get dressed. I'm still in my pajamas, or you just stay in your pajamas for the rest of time. I would technically say I'm still in my pajamas. So I think it's just one of those days. It's cozy. Sounds like an interesting book. It is. So far, every chapter, I've learned so much about physiology and biology and different things. And because I'm taking time to summarize all the notes, I'm learning and actually maintaining that information. I learned about something called cytokines, which I then researched. I have a chronic illness, and then when I researched that chronic illness, I found that we have an excess of cytokines in our brains. And then I was like, oh, I learned about that in that book, which feels cool. Going to read more, really, really enjoying the book. Also, time for another cup of tea for sure. I think I will also make a cup of tea. If you make a cup of tea, I will make a cup of tea. Luna, no worries. It is Saturday after all. Yes. Renee, always time for another tea. Paula agrees. I also realized I should eat something. I had breakfast around 11. Yeah, I'm the same, but I'm not really hungry yet. So we'll see where the next sprint brings us. But let's hop into the next sprint then, shall we? I wish you the best time. And then we'll come back here and we have a little chat about all the cool things we got up to. But let's make tea first. See you soon. Wait, I have to actually reset the timer before I log off. We are going to skip break and I'm starting the timer now. Cool. See you soon. Hello. How is your sprint? It's gotten so dark here now. I mean, it makes sense. It's 4 o'clock where I am at. That entire sprint, I just studied. I am enjoying doing note-taking in like the Zettelkasten way where I'm like connecting everything. I'm using Obsidian to do that. And it's kind of like you make your own, you put all your knowledge in a little bank, and then you connect all your different ideas that you are learning about to each other, kind of like a brain. And you can actually even see that brain in a graph form, which is very cool. So I'm connecting all these different thoughts that I'm having, and it does take forever. So I spent the entire hour doing that, and I'm not finished. So I haven't moved on to reading. I was thinking this is going to be an easy chapter to summarize, but now all of a sudden I'm researching Jean-Jacques Rousseau and his ideas, and I don't know. I guess that's just comes with studying. You kind of begin to learn new ideas and such. But it was a very productive sprint. I largely enjoyed myself. I will continue doing the same for the next sprint, and hopefully by the end of today, I'll actually read something. I think that it's all good in the end. Alanya is here, or maybe Alanya is where you live. I don't know if that's your name, because I remember you said you were from Turkey in a previous sprint that we did. So maybe it's Abravanel, that's your name? You'll have to let me know. But good morning, welcome to the sprints. It's nice that you're doing good. I am reading The Templar Legion by Paul Christopher. I will have to look that up. Templar Legion. Christopher. Cool. Has a 4.3 in reviews on Amazon. That's a good reviews, I think. Luna says, good afternoon, Alina. I'm back now. Hello, Lucia. Had a tea myself, did some writing, and got a food shop. That's so productive. Nice. I also made tea. I had this tea calendar that I buy myself every year for Christmas. Like, it's essentially every day of December. And this December, I didn't actually drink many of the teas. So I ventured through that box and found an oolong tea that had it salted caramel flavor. It's very nice. What kind of tea did you end up drinking? I need to do chores in the next sprint. There's always like an endless array of chores. It's good to get a head start on them. Read 4 more chapters that had tea. What kind of tea did you have? Let's all share. But 4 more chapters is so good. Scrolled my phone instead of reading because my neighbor decided to blast his techno music at full blast. I think that shouldn't be allowed. Neighbors are annoying sometimes, and techno music is only fine if you choose it yourself, right? Yeah. Sometimes when my neighbors make noise, because the ones that live somewhere, I think it's above somewhere, are very, very noisy. Sometimes I see how you could become one of those grumpy people that have like a broomstick that they push into the roof. But I always stop myself from doing that because it feels passive aggressive. I ate a small meal, fruits and soy yogurt. Sounds nice. Made a cup of tea. Okay, then you have to also share what kind of tea you got. And watch some YouTube. That's nice. Sounds like a very lovely sprint. Can't wait for it to get darker later. The day feels so much shorter at the moment. Yes, I just want summer. I would have a perfect life if I lived in a place where it was always summer. I know that also doesn't have all of its perks, but I always just do better when it's warm out. I shouldn't complain though. We've had like a winter wonderland for the past few weeks, and now it's all melting, which hasn't been the nicest. However, I spent all like week inside being sick, so in that sense, I wasn't even that affected by it. But I think that the Winter Wonderland has been very beautiful. So read a few more pages, then Henrik came home, so talked to him a bit. Oh, that sounds nice. If Henrik has any nice friends, you should recommend them to me that are single. So I would love to have someone else come home that I could talk to. I love a research rabbit hole. Yes, I am famous for this. Like sometimes I can't sleep because I keep thinking. I had that thought. I couldn't sleep yesterday, and then I was just thinking about different books that I had read and how their ideas opposed each other, and then I realized I had to turn on a podcast just to turn my brain off. The esports team I watch is finally playing again, so we'll watch the game in the next sprint too. What kind of esports is it? That's very cool. That sprint went by so fast. I'm working on a little crochet plushie. I had made all the parts last year, so only the sewing and connecting is left now. Ooh, cool. I think you're making the coolest things. I keep looking through your Instagram like a stalker. But yeah, you should definitely, if you're not doing that, you should attend those. Like, I went to a couple of them last year, like a geek market, and there were lots of people there selling plushies like the ones that you're making. People would buy. People would. Got to 25%. That's so good. I had normal tea, but I love herbal teas too. Yeah, I am a big normal tea fan. I'm a very basic in every flavor, but that's why I like the tea calendar, because then I haven't forced to try new things. I am drinking a black tea with spices with a dash of oat milk. That sounds nice. That sounds nice. We have, I think that Oatly has these cool flavors, I guess. They have one that is salted caramel, I think. And I'm obsessed with that one. So maybe I should buy some of that actually. Had berry tea, so tasty. There's a whole variety of teas here. I love that. I also want summer. Yeah. My body is so achy as we have had very icy streets the last few days, and it makes me all tensed up when walking. Yes, you have to take these tiny little tippy-toe steps and you never get anywhere. It takes forever just to walk to the train station, which is very close to me, so I understand where you're coming from. League of Legends. Ooh, that's cool. I think League of Legends is fun. I heard the esports have gotten so popular. Like the last, I don't know the terms for this, so excuse me if I get it wrong, but like the final of something, like the tournament. They were even streaming it in a big movie theater here, and people bought tickets, and one of my coworkers was so excited, and it's like a huge thing, and that's so cool. I tried it out, I think it's about 10 or 12 years ago now, and it is quite a fun game, so I understand why you would want to follow that. I also have figure skating on in the background. Ooh, that's so cool. I feel like, Barbara, you seem like someone who knows a fair amount about sports. Please teach me, because I know nothing about sports. But I have noticed in your streams that sometimes you mention like, oh, the game, like different games, and I always am so curious. What kind of game? I read a book where the male character plays League of Legends and goes to school or is it the main character maybe? Main character plays League of Legends and goes to school where she does esports and how it's like for her as a girl. That's a cool book. And right on topic, I think. I'm British, so it's very stereotypical how much I like tea. Yes, I love that about Brits. I also cannot drink coffee, and Swedes are very coffee focused. Like Swedes drink really strong coffee a lot, like many cups a day. Like you would literally be having a fancy dinner in the evening, late in the evening, and Swedes will still want a cup of coffee. But I am quite sensitive to caffeine, so I can drink tea, but not coffee. I drink Oatly caramel from the glass. Yes, it's very, very tasty. I did 2 local markets last year. Gonna take a break with them and focus a bit more on the K-pop related things, but I might go to some more in the second half of the year. So you're already doing that. That's so cool. I went to one a few months ago and I ended up spending way more money than I had intended because I just got so excited by all the cool things that people are able to make. And I definitely think there should be people who are super into getting K-pop related things as well. The one that I went to had both people crocheting and doing prints and dice, and then also K-pop things. Like there were people dancing to K-pop. An oat milk that's even better than Oatly though is the one we don't have here, but you can get it in Sweden. It's called Oddly Good. Ooh, I've never actually tried Oddly Good, but I have seen it in the stores. So I will add that to my brain for the next time I shop. Oh, that would be the World's Finals. 2 years ago, the finals was in the O2 in London. The start is like a mini concert with music. It's so cool, isn't it? It's so cool that it got so big. Yeah. And like my coworker was even talking about these specifics. She has her favorite team and her favorite players, and that's just really cool. Luna, can you send me the name of the book? Because I would love to read it. It sounds like something for you, Paula. Yeah, I love sports. Also some sports, always some sports on in the background. Yeah, I have been trying to figure out what my sport should be. I'm thinking tennis is going to be my sport, but I don't know anything about tennis, so I need to get studying. I used to always, with an ex-boyfriend of mine, I played racquetball, so I have all the stuff. I even have a cute little like tennis dress that I would wear. I would love to play some racquetball again, or squash. I just preferred racquetball because the ball is bigger and I don't know, it's a little bit more straightforward, but you can play it in a squash room. I like figure skating, but I don't know about anywhere to watch it. Maybe there's some sports channel, or like you can find stuff online. I don't know much about how that works. Ice hockey and esports are the only sports I watch. Yeah, ice hockey is also pretty cool. I don't know much about that, but I did have on my to-do list for last year to go watch an ice hockey match, and I did do that. So I went to see a local one for a Swedish team, but it was very fun. I sometimes get scared when I'm watching sports. Especially I had a period where I watched a lot of soccer and followed like the Swedish league, and then there were so many drunk aggressive men that came up to me when I was trying to, I don't know, buy stuff or go to the bathroom, that I got turned off from it. But then I've gone to a few women's games and that's been nice. But then hockey was a nicer vibe, but still, I don't know, there's something about men being aggressive that I just can't handle. I think that's the case for many people, but I'm watching it on Viaplay. Yeah, they have. Our Viaplay is currently showing handball, snooze. Yeah, but maybe handball is fun if you get into it. It's quite fun to do, or a very hectic sport, I think. Paula, can you read in Norwegian? I have 2 favorite teams and players. Oh, cool. For League of Legends, I think you're talking about, right? Which are they? Let us know. Maybe it's a sign I need to learn Norwegian. Maybe it is. If you learn Norwegian, we can also talk to each other. So you essentially learn Swedish by default because it's not that different. I read some of the first Lightfall graphic novel, The Girl in the Galdurian, and then my mother-in-law phoned. That's the one that you recommended to me on Thursday. I've actually added it to my TBR, so I remember it now. But that's nice. Did you enjoy? I nearly joined an ice hockey team a few years ago before chronic illness got bad. Yeah, chronic illness sometimes gets in the way of so many things, but I guess you can still enjoy the sport. Maybe there are teams there should be like teams for people with chronic illnesses, I think. Wouldn't that be cool? You can just come and then if you have a bad day, you just sit one out. The book is called League, written by Nina Borge. She's written a trilogy called the Gamer Trilogy. All books are about characters who games, but with something extra. Cool. I tried handball in my teens and I quit. I have also tried it in my teens, but people don't, I talk about this sometimes with people, but I was called the magnet as a kid because I tended to get balls in my head. My first day of school, a kid accidentally hit me with a basketball and I started crying and my mom had to come back. And then that sort of followed me around for the rest of my teenage years. So every time there was PE, I was just terrified. One time I got a rugby ball in my face whilst someone was still holding it and I started bleeding nosebleeds. My glasses kept breaking. So handball was not my favorite PE activity, so to say. Los Ratones, I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah. And G2 in that order. Okay, I will look them up and remember for next time this is brought up. I did. It's one of my favorite graphic novel series, and the fourth book is coming out in April. That's cool. When I was a teenager, I was a competitive long distance runner. I was third in the country. Wow. In the book that I'm reading now, actually the guy who wrote it works at Harvard and is known for doing sign or research on running specifically. So a lot of the chapters have been about like endurance and long distance running. And it's such a cool thing that the body could do that. Yeah. Do you miss doing it? The only thing you need to be aware of regarding Norwegian and Swedish are the false friends. For example, words that seem the same but have different meaning in the two languages, like rolig. Yeah, I think rolig is fun in my language, and I think calm, right, in Norwegian, if I'm not mistaken. Now the same word, los ratones. YouTube is so funny, especially clips from last year. I will have a look. Did you run ultra runs, Paula? Ultra runs is such like a feat. I can't imagine those people that like run for 24 hours. Like, how do you do that? I am so impressed. I guess it's time. I see that we've yapped for almost 20 minutes, so maybe we go into another sprint. For that sprint, I am going to continue my studying and also eat something. I need to boil some potatoes, I think. But yeah, I guess I'll see you back in an hour and we'll talk again soon. I'm just gonna reset the timer. Skip break. Okay. I don't know. My brain started thinking about words. I will now start the timer. Let's go. See you later. Hello. I don't know what I was zoning out for. Almost missed coming back in time. How did that sprint go? I finally finished the notes I was taking. I can't believe that took me 2 hours. How did that take me 2 hours? It didn't really, but like 1.5, which is a lot of time. But I went down a rabbit hole. I was starting to outline evolutionary theory on aggression. And then I also, during the sprint, made some mashed potatoes. I was going to boil. I had this entire bag of potatoes that I was going to boil. And then I opened it, and all the potatoes were bad. But I have had a long history with gastritis, so I had a lot of mashed potatoes like in powder form that I could cook up. So I did that and prepped some food and had some food. Yeah, that's what I got up to. What did you get up to? Oh, I'm in the wrong window. So Paula is talking about 800 and 1,500 meters competitively is what she ran. Also cross country in 5 miles. Cool. Luna says, vidunder. I didn't know that it means miracle, but not so much in Swedish. What is it in Swedish? I sometimes confuse this with miracle. Like, isn't it like a monster or what is? I need to look it up. Yeah. Okay. A monster, but it's like a wondrous monster. So that's why I sometimes confuse them. So that actually makes sense how we would have different definitions of that word. 800 meters is considered long distance, right? With everything I've learned in this book, it definitely is, because you use a different part of your energy system compared to when you run quickly. Renee has to go. It's a friend's birthday. It's been fun. But yeah, it's been fun with you too. You're not here anymore, I think, to hear me say this, but it was really nice having you here. And Hermes here. Hope everyone is having a lovely weekend so far. Yeah, the weekend is turning out to be fairly okay considering how shitty the week was. Luna says hi Hermie. Paula says hi Hermie. Hermie says hi Luna and Paula. Still watching my team play. I may be very invested. I think it's good to be invested when you're watching your team. It's the one time when you get to be invested. I guess you get to be invested in anything. I don't know what I'm talking about. It went by so fast. I hung out in Rita's Sprints and looked at places to eat in London. Ooh, you are going there fairly soon, right? What kind of places did you find? Read 2 chapters and got dinner started. That sounds like a great sprint. I hope that you enjoyed those chapters. Yes, vidunder in Swedish is monster. I learned it from watching the Brothers Lionheart, right? Because there are monsters there, right? Like Katla, right? Is she classified as a vidunder? That makes sense. Yeah, but again, it's like a wondrous, it's a monster that is kind of imagined. I got to 34% and I'm still working on that plushie. It's slow going. Seems like I don't have a lot of patience for fiddly things. Maybe I need a nap. Yeah, I always feel like I need a nap around this time. Although sometimes I feel that way. Today I felt that way since lunchtime, but I always feel that way around like 3 especially. And then it just sticks around. And fiddly things are, sometimes they're stressful. I read something is blocking my view. 93 pages of Lightfall. That's so good. You're flying through these books. Where are you at on your timer right now? Read a few more pages and watched figure skating. Figure skating is almost done, so maybe we'll get more reading done after that. That sounds nice. Figure skating is so cool. It's so cool that people could do that. My only impressions of figure skating, or the little I know, is all about Tonya, right? Because I watched I, Tonya and then dove down that rabbit hole. And then also there are some good American figure skaters that I saw on Instagram, but otherwise I don't know much. How is it going? What is happening in the figure skating that you were watching? Who are competing? Who did really good? There are so many places to eat in London. That's the problem. Yes, I know. I was there quite recently over Christmas, and you only have so many restaurants you can eat at, to be honest. I have some, depending on what you're looking for. My favorite ones were, I went to Jacuzzi, which is an Italian restaurant. They have like this big, beautiful tree inside. It's a bit more fancy, but I went mainly for the bathroom because it's full of disco balls. And as you can see, I have a bit of a disco theme in my apartment. You don't see that because the background is kind of plain. I don't have much art up on this wall yet, but my sofa table or my coffee table is also disco ball. And then I have another disco ball, which I intend to hang in my bathroom. But yes, so I went mainly for the disco balls. Then there's also one that I really like that is called The Park. Also Italian food, actually. I think they had other things, but The Park was just an overall, like, if you want to treat yourself, go to The Park. Everything is very nice. It's like wood interior, and you get to hang off your coat in their closet as you go inside, and they take such good care of you. I sat next to two men that were gossiping the entire time, and it was riveting. I have never heard two men gossip so much, and I was very invested. And then also they have this really nice sundae deal where you get a slip of paper and you get to fill out all the toppings and stuff you want on your sundae, and it was amazing. So I can recommend that. It is on the pricier side, but those were my two favorite restaurants that I went to when I was in London last. 16 hours and 29 minutes, so still plenty of time. Yes, you're gonna get through so many books with the pace and the way that you're going. I connect with that. Hermie the Wondrous Monster. I wonder if I will stop getting giddy every time I see my own name. I'm sure I will start irritating people soon if I haven't already. No one's gonna get irritated with you. I think it's so cool that the name change went through, and it's worth celebrating. Celebrated for a few weeks or even more. Yeah. I don't know if vidunder in Swedish is such a positive word, but let's make it one. That reads weird. If you don't know, I changed my name legally to Hermie recently. Yeah, I mean, it is, I sometimes get happy when I see my own name. I don't really, not in the same sense, because I was born with this name, but yes. It's so cool, actually, that you are Hermie now. I obviously came into your life quite recently, so I don't know you as anything else. Although I did watch an old video of yours, and then I was like, who's that person? Because you introduced yourself as something else. Yeah. Oh, I am getting a little sleepy. I still haven't finished my tea. It's so cold at this point. And yeah, I also, you know how I said at the beginning of these sprints that I was listing books on Vinted? I sold one already. I wasn't expecting it to go that fast. And obviously I sold it for less than the listing price, but that was my intention. And I'm just gonna, the buyer wanted to see the spine. So I'm just gonna send her a photo that the spine is intact, because people, I think, care about that, and I had forgotten. I should have taken photos of the spine of all of them. So I'm going to send her that in the next sprint. And then I'm finally ready to actually read another chapter of this. Yeah, I technically only need to read one more chapter and then I've ticked off my weekend my weekend challenge. So by that point, I can move on to just reading for fun. I also think on my weekend challenge that I put that I am going to film a YouTube video. And I have one prepped where I'm talking about my personal learning curriculum for Q1. There's one part of it that I haven't finished yet, so I should finish that so that I can film it. So maybe I should focus on that and then film it tomorrow or in the middle of the night. I don't know. I've been to Mildred's a few times, which also tends to be nice. Let me look Mildred's up. Mildred's, London. I was also going to go to, what is that one called? Sunday in Brooklyn, but I got sick towards the end, so I missed that one sadly. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, it was on my list for sure. I just never made it there, but I heard it's really good. Mildred's. That reminds me of my tea that's also cold. At least it's one that I enjoy cold too. Yeah, I think like that's the key. If you're like you and I, then we need to make tea that is tasty when it's not warm anymore. I guess technically you could just reheat it, but do you ever do that? I don't. I just finished the last bit cold. Oh my gosh, that's so weird to think about. Now I can't remember when I stopped using the birth name. Yeah, I think it was a really old video. Maybe one of your first ones. I don't know. It popped up in my feed maybe because I'd engaged with your content and it was, you were doing some sort of tag, or maybe it was one of your most watched videos. I don't know. You had a lot of, I went in then and looked how old it was and it was pretty old. I admit to my online stalking. Yeah. Let me know what you're going to get up to in the next sprint. Do you guys want to continue doing 1 hour sprints or should we move them over to 45 minutes now that it's starting to feel a little bit like we're tired? I don't know how you guys feel. Let me know. I am fine with doing any length. Oh, that tells me I've been following you for a good while, Hermie. Yeah. Have you been friends for long? Maybe you have. Maybe you have. 1 hour is good, says Luna. Well, then let's stick to that. Let's stick to the 1 hour. Nice. We have agreement. I have that video you made recently where you mentioned potentially making a Q1 video for curriculum, and I haven't commented on that yet. I watched it on my TV. Well, thank you for watching. And you don't have to necessarily comment. I just get excited that someone looked at it. I've had so many YouTube projects throughout the year, and now I intend to see how long this one will go. There is another BookTube channel at some point that I did many years ago, like I think 10 years ago now, probably. And then so many embarrassing things. I think there are rap songs that I made. They were as a joke though, but to anyone that finds them, I wish you enjoyment. They're in Swedish also. But yeah, there's so much weird stuff on YouTube of me. I just realized how late it is. We should eat dinner in this sprint, I guess. We're doing falafels, hummus, and pitas, I think. Ooh, tasty. That sounds like a really good dinner. Yeah. I had a very early one. I don't really know. I had breakfast at like noon, and now I had lunch at the beginning of last sprint. So that doesn't make any sense. Am I gonna eat in the late night? We'll see. Maybe I'll just have a sandwich later on. I think you have, Luna. I clearly have no concept of time though, so my opinion is not reliable on this front. Let's just say that that's the case. Oh my God, now I want to know. Yeah. I actually started my first YouTube, I think in it was before it was bought. So that must have been like 2005 or something. And back then I have some YouTube channels of me or YouTube videos of me being 14 and doing really awkward things. Like I did comedy skits, which for a 14-year-old Swedish girl, I don't know if it was that fun, but I did have around 300 subscribers at that time, which was a lot back then. I understand Swedish, so maybe that would be fun. Yeah, for you, maybe. It was back then when I made the rap songs, it was because my ex-boyfriend and a friend of mine were always talking about creating a rap collective. They were making all sorts of jokes about this. So then I talked to a friend of mine and we said that we were gonna create a song, a rap song, and release it before them. So it was clearly just to show them. And then I tricked them a little bit into being in the song, so they're actually reacting to their own diss track without knowing it. I had a YouTube channel from before it was bought, and I no longer have access to it. That's a shame. I think it's the same for me. I don't think I would have access to it. Does it even exist anymore? Because I remember everyone in school finding my YouTube videos when I was 14, and that was obviously for a 14-year-old girl terrifying. So I deleted all of it. But I do have a CD somewhere, which I don't know how I would extract the videos from there. I should figure that out at some point, where I saved down those videos. So I do have them somewhere. Okay, should we just hop into the next sprint? Because I see we've yapped for a bit, and it might be time. Let's do 4. Sprint number 4. I will skip the break and start the timer now, and I will see you in an hour. Hello, hello. Why do the sprints just move by so quickly? We did 4 already. And I know like the day is almost 7. How did that happen? But I got a lot done. I sold the book. Isn't that exciting? I just put them up today and I sold the book. I didn't realize though, because I thought like that the price of shipping is something that you pay for because you technically do when you purchase something. But then I'm not provided with a box or anything. It just said you could additionally purchase that when you go to the service point, or you could take something you have at home. And I like to clean things out, so I don't have any boxes, but I will have to go on the hunt for one. Maybe there are some at my office actually, not that we use for actual shipping, but like that has been thrown away. So I'm gonna have to look into that because now I have 5 days to ship it out. But that's very cool. But it's good for me to know that I will have to buy something to ship it in, and that actually will add to the listing price that I'm going to do. I'm thinking about profit. I also managed to finish another chapter in Exercised. This one was all about walking, this chapter. And yeah, quite interesting, but it was talking a lot about walking and its relation to weight loss. And I'm not really that into weight loss stuff, but I guess it's good. I think there are like lots of people that are always saying like, you can't lose weight from walking. And then he was trying to illustrate that you can, but he was also talking about how our metabolism works, which is also interesting. So I've technically finished that goal that I had of reading 2 chapters of a nonfiction book. So that's great. Now my next goal, I could move on to that. I have 2 more goals. One is to make a YouTube video, and the other one is to read for fun. So I think we'll have to move over to the YouTube video then, and then we finish with reading for fun today. Let's see what you guys got up to. 200 is a lot when you have started from 0 and haven't got a community following from another platform. I think I first tried YouTube in 2015 doing makeup tutorials. Ooh, I always thought you were pretty good at makeup from what I saw. That's cool. Then I tried bookish content in 2020. Luna says, let's go. I think that was in reference to the sprints. But that didn't work out because of mental health, but then started properly 2 years ago on the 4th of February, and it stuck this time. That's nice that it stuck. I never figured out how to get anything to stick. I am very much like so invested in new hobbies that sometimes I just fall out of things. But I think one thing that you managed to do is that you have a lovely community, right? And I think that also creates accountability. So that's a good key, I think, to continue. I'm so nice that it stuck. I'm eating dinner, so I have to mute. Sorry, no worries. I hope you're enjoying your falafel. You're not hearing this. My team lost. Oh no, but it was good to watch them play. Loads more games to watch though in future weeks. It's very nice to have a team you're following. I should get one myself. I just haven't found one, or a sport. But like I said, maybe tennis is mine. I am nearly finished editing tomorrow's video. That lip color really suits you. Thank you. I think I said this like many hours ago now, right when I started the sprints, but I used to always wear red lipstick, and I stopped in the past year just because I was taking this medication that dries out your lips, and so I had to constantly put like Vaseline on them. But now I'm not taking that medication anymore, and finally I can wear it. It's also a good man repellent, so that's why I wear it. But thank you so much. I'm excited to watch your video tomorrow. I also had a book delivery that sprint. What book was delivered? That is so exciting. I'm also waiting for a book delivery because I bought a book. It was on sale and it's going to be BioPic's book club pick for the month of February. But I guess I'll announce that later because right now we're focusing on My Friends by Fredrik Backman. If anyone here would like to read that with me, feel free to join in. We do most of our discussions over on Fable, but you can also hang out just during any sprint. So my goal is to maybe end today by reading some Fredrik Backman because I really enjoyed. I'm about 20% into the book so far, and I really, really had a lot of fun when I was reading those. So I also did some washing up, cleaned my kitchen, and did some tidying. So on a roll. That must feel so satisfying. That's my favorite, is when you just finished a clean. I did that yesterday and you just like, it's just nice. I got exercised and I'm excited to read it. Ooh, yeah, you should. Actually, I learned, and you will also learn, that exercised means to be annoyed with something. And so his tagline is that we're all exercised about exercising. We're annoyed or frustrated about exercise because actually we didn't necessarily through evolution develop to want to exercise. It's a fairly new phenomenon because when we were hunter-gatherers, we just moved naturally, and our bodies are wired to want to save calories so that we can reproduce. Yeah, I didn't know that about the word exercised, that it could also mean to be frustrated. I got very tired. I think I really feel the aftermath of an exhausting work week. So I lied down for a while to rest, couldn't fall asleep, but it still helped a bit. Yeah, I think sometimes just closing your eyes can really help. Like, even if you can't fall asleep, just the act of resting a little bit can help. But I'm sorry you feel exhausted. I don't know what you do for work, but it seems like you were working evening or something like that. And I think that also is very stressful. Like, just because you are living a little bit of a different schedule than other people. I used to work evenings before. I've worked a lot in movie theaters and such, and oftentimes your shift would like extend till after midnight and such. And I was always so excited afterwards because then you want some time to just be like happy. And I don't know. I think my sleeping was never great during those times either. Eating dinner right now and listen to 2.5 chapters of The Wise Man's Fear. I found the audio on Everand. What is Everand? Tell me more. I've never heard of that. I read 126 pages and ordered a pizza. Also found a rechargeable heating pad. So I ordered that, and fingers crossed it helps my neck and back pain. It will alleviate something, I'm pretty sure. If not, it will at least feel very nice. I think you did it was a wise decision in buying it. It's nice that it's rechargeable also, so it's like, I don't know. With mine, I always just have to heat it myself, and it's a process. I used to be a makeup artist, so it's a good job. I'm good with makeup. Yes, that's so cool. Then you would probably frown at my makeup brushes because I should wash them. I don't think many of my current community really watch my videos, so it's not holding me accountable there. Most of my community came through sprints, so it holds me accountable to do sprints. That makes sense. I watch your videos, even though I'm not super good always with commenting and such, but I understand. I also think that like YouTube is so difficult. Back when I started as a 14-year-old, obviously things were very different, but things have changed so much now. And I think you have to be so consistent and like make videos all the time to even get anywhere. And I don't know if I'm willing to commit that much. This is just for me a little hobby. I wanted to start a book club, and then, I enjoy making videos sometimes. I love the link to history as I have an archaeology and history degree. Yeah, then maybe you would really enjoy exercise, actually. He talks about evolution theory so far. It is about exercise in general, but so far he's talked a lot about our evolution theory and how we came to be the way that we are. And in each chapter, he also tries to poke hole at a myth surrounding exercise. So the chapter that I just read was all about how the myth that walking doesn't make you lose weight. Or maybe the opposite. I don't know. I don't know what holds me accountable with videos at the moment. Thought rabbit hole activated. Yeah, when you figured it out, let me know, because maybe I need the same. Maybe I need your advice on that. You can crack the golden code to how you become consistent with something. I think it's so much easier for me when I'm not working. Obviously, this week I didn't work because I was so sick, but work saps my energy sometimes. And last year I didn't spend a lot of time doing my hobbies, but I'm thinking this year I've actually been so good. I mean, it's only the 17th of January, so I shouldn't say anything, but I've been fairly good with not brain rotting as much. And I think it's largely due to this. I'll join someone's sprints, or I've set up a really nice system for myself in Notion. And I mean, I just spent a Saturday reading about exercise. I don't think I would have done that last year. Everend is an app website that has audio and ebooks, a bit like Audible. Okay, cool. I'll have a look. Everend official sites. Nice. Is this something you can get in my country, or is it American? I am considering getting one of our Swedish audiobook services because we have quite a lot of them. Right now I only use Spotify, so that's not a whole lot of audiobook, because in Sweden we only have 12 hours included. And that's not always a full book, you know. The one I'm now tandem reading my friends and listening to it, and I think that one is 13 hours. So then sometimes I'll purchase extra like top up hours just to get more, because I cannot wait with patience. So then I saw that a lot of the Swedish audiobook services have like 90 days free if you've never signed up before, and I was just considering doing one of those, because 90 days free, I could listen to so many audiobooks in that time. Yeah, I am also listening to Empire of Storms, and I did listen to it a bit yesterday because I did some cleaning. And I did listen to it today. I actually decided after yesterday to increase the speed, because Sarah J. Maas, I'm sorry, I've not read anything else by her except for I'm working my way through the Throne of Glass series, and I am so bored sometimes. Maybe they are not for me, but I feel like the way her writing goes is that it's so boring for so many hours, and then suddenly something happens and you're like, oh my God, okay, I need to continue. And she has this sort of rhythm to her writing that's like bored, oh my God. And then she does the same thing over again. And since Empire of Storms is quite a thick book, I have listened so many hours. I actually need to look this up, how many hours of this audiobook I've gone through. And I still feel like, what is even happening? I also don't like the way that she introduces concepts or people as if we should know about them already. I don't know. Okay, so the actual length of the audiobook is 25 hours. I listened to 14 hours of this. 14 hours? Insane. And I was thinking, should I just DNF it? But then it got pretty exciting. There was a whole lot of pirate stuff going on. And now I'm like, okay, I guess I'll continue. This is what she does. Thanks for watching. I don't feel bad about not commenting much. It's interesting to think about where your community comes through. Yeah, how did I find you? You found me. But it's nice. I I will make more of an effort also to check in and comment on your videos, because I see all the effort you put in and it's very nice. Even in the nearly 2 years I've been doing this, YouTube has changed a lot. Yes, I do try to grow my channel, but I'm really happy with it already, so any growth is a bonus. That's a good mindset to have, I think. I notice that every time I go in and do stuff, you grow a little bit, and it's like, yeah, I think it's not necessarily something one needs to keep their eyes on as much, as long as you're enjoying it and doing fun things with it. Can you get BookBeat? If you can and you want to try it, they give you a link for a free trial to share with friends. I can get BookBeat. Is BookBeat a Swedish service? I always thought it was, but maybe it's not. BookBeat. I need to, does it have like a, yeah, it is a Swedish streaming service. Okay, yeah. If you have one of those, I will gladly accept, because I don't think I've ever had BookBeat before. And so I always just, I used to have Storytel, which is another one, and they have changed their pricing model now. Before it was just unlimited audiobooks. Now it's not like that. And then I was confused, and so I never went back. I'm back and full of food. Was it a nice falafel? The almighty algorithm changes way too often for me to have any idea what I'm doing, but I do enjoy thinking about how to make content and how to make it more fun and or interesting and has value. Yeah. I think that all the algorithms everywhere, isn't it exhausting? It was never really my thing. I did work as a social media manager for a while, but I don't think I mastered the algorithms, and probably by now it's changed. You have to constantly keep up with that. We can have BookBeat as well, but I found the selection limited. Okay. I like to read mostly in English. I have a little goal this year to read more Swedish, because I'm losing my Swedish because I just speak English all day. But otherwise, I mostly try to find English speaking things. And that's what I like about the Spotify. They always have everything in English. But I found with some of these services, which is the other one, Next Story is another Swedish service. They barely had, or maybe they do now. It is many years since I tried it, but then they didn't have so many audiobooks in English, and I got disappointed. Thank you, Kate. Well, that would be great. Do you get some sort of kickback? You should get some kickback if a friend signs up, right? I don't know. I have Storytel only because I got a good deal. Ooh, but getting a good deal. I'm a huge fan of good deals. I hope to get better at Instagram this year, as I'm not the best at remembering to post. Instagram is also, I don't know, confusing. I don't necessarily even engage. I'm not an Instagram user in that sense. I, barely post. I only really go in if someone talks to me. I know people watch reels and stuff, but I don't really do that. I use TikTok. And so having 2 of those is just too much. I'm more of a TikTok girly. And then I do look at people's stories. So I'm not the best Instagram user either, and I don't think I use it to find new people, to be honest. Next Story is also very limited. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Instagram has just gone downhill. Yeah. But I guess people are hanging out elsewhere, aren't they? I don't know where people hang out. We are hanging out here, and that is the most essential part. And we have yapped for 20 minutes, so I guess it's time to go into another sprint. I'm just going to keep going until I start to feel pretty tired. We're just hanging out today. For this sprint, my intention is essentially to work on my YouTube video, I guess. And then I also can move over to maybe summarizing the notes. It will probably take me the hour, I don't know. Let me know what you're gonna get up to, and then I'll just gonna let it pass over now. And we can come back here in an hour and have a chat. See you in a bit. Okay, we're back again. I procrastinated a bit in that first I went looking for a box and I realized I have 0 boxes. There's one and it's for my drill and I just think that I should keep that one. So I will have to figure out where to get a box from elsewhere. Then Kate gave me 90 days at BookBeat, so I downloaded the app and got settled there. I had on my to-do list to change, I had this board that I put little letters on, and before it was behind me there. As you can see, there's like records, and before that was a bar, but now there is, albeit alcohol down there, but I've turned it more, I put my grandfather's old record player there. So initially that board said something about being a bar, and now I changed it into a Taylor Swift quote and put it in my kitchen instead. So that was on my to-do list for this week, finish that. And then eventually I did get started on the part that is going into my YouTube video. So now that I've gotten started, I just want to finish it. It's always like that. Why do you procrastinate? It's so annoying, but I will get it done in the next sprint for sure. I think we're hopping into something that was discussed right as we hopped into the sprint now. I used to get lots of likes and stuff on Instagram, but then it all changed. Now it's almost dead. Yeah, that's a shame. I think Instagram is kind of like YouTube is now. It's not so easy to find new people. And considering if you're a user of Instagram like I am, where I barely even go into the Explore tab or I don't look at Reels or anything, then I don't necessarily come across new content. So I think a lot of users are probably like me. It gives you a month free if a friend signs up using your code, so it's a win-win. Well, then you got a free month. That's great. Then I hope that it went through, because when I signed up, it said, oh, looks like you are on a Swedish site. Try this instead. So I had to be redirected. So let me know if you didn't get it, because in that case, it's a shame. I don't use TikTok. I think I'm too old. I don't think anyone is too old to use TikTok. TikTok is just Instagram Reels. It's just a different platform that has better features, I think. And I think most people use Instagram Reels no matter the age. It just learns your likes so well, which I think Instagram doesn't do for me, but I guess it's because I don't use it enough. But my TikTok algorithm is the best algorithm I've ever experienced. It's also not good for me. So I have a cap that kicks me out of TikTok very quickly. After like an hour, I am not allowed back. The books I had delivered were Devotions by Mary Oliver, Alias Grace by Margaret Atwood, House of Leaves, Mark Danielewski, and The Amityville Horror by Jay Anson. What a fun book package. You have so much exciting things in front of you. I see I've not read any of those books. I know Margaret Atwood, of course, but the other authors, I know The Amityville Horror as well, but I'm wondering why I know The Amityville Horror. Not just because it's a film franchise, isn't it? I know film stuff better than I know books, so that makes sense. I am the same with TikTok, Luna. I'm playing with having it as where I put all my movement stuff, though. I prefer longer form content as my personal preference. Understandable. I think you would do so well on TikTok, though. I hope it's like fairly easy to get started and your content is kind of pushed out to a lot of people. Hey, Elena, welcome back. No worries about missing the chatty bit. It happens. You're watching Barney. Cool. Did you enjoy it? Hermie, I actually had TikTok for a bit, but it felt as if my brain rotted. Yeah, that's a downside because you can get kind of stuck in just one more. That's why I have the time cap on it. For this sprint, Paula tidied my library area and wrote in my mental health journal. Nice. Do you have a library area? What does this mean? That sounds so nice. I also want a library area. I bought the small printer that I researched and did some jigsaw puzzles. Yay! It's so exciting to purchase things, isn't it? It's one of the things that I wish wasn't as exciting as it actually is. I cleaned up the kitchen and did the dishes and listened to some of my audio. You are so productive. I feel like every sprint we've gone through, you're just getting so much done. Nice. Also, the amount of time we spent on cleaning our kitchens. Hello, I'm new to your channel and come from Barbara's Weekend Challenge and need some sprints for motivation. So happy to be here. Nice to meet you. Is it Lila or do you go by a different name? I'm so excited to meet you and happy that you're here. We've been going for most of the day and I think I'll stick around for a few more sprints. I have nothing better to do. My plans for today got canceled and so I've been enjoying myself just hanging out with everyone here. Well, it turns out I wasn't as close to being finished editing, but I think I'm nearly finished now, I think. Editing takes forever, doesn't it? And then I used to work with video editing, but the thing with that is that it takes so many hours, I don't have the energy. Like I always just do the bare minimum, but there's so many cool things one can do. And once you start doing that, you never really finish. I lit the fire in the oven. Like you have a fireplace and that's what you did? Or is this some accidental, terrible thing where your house is now on fire? If so, let us know, but also seek help. I worked on some graphics, want to do a giveaway on Instagram, but I'm not so skilled in creating these graphics. It annoys me so much when things don't work out as I want. Yeah, I'm the same. Do you use Canva? Because that's where I turn to. The part of my YouTube video that I was procrastinating, actually, I want to make a little presentation part in the middle of the video. And so now I just found a template on Canva. And it's so cute. So now I'm excited again. I don't know. Maybe you can find some inspiration there. Paula says, I use a combination of Canva and ChatGPT for graphics. Yeah, you can always get help there. ChatGPT makes me so angry sometimes though. Like when it's not so, I think it still has a long way to go for the image generation things. Maybe I'm just bad at it. I'm getting there. The goal is to finish and share it in the next sprint. I am excited. I will definitely, let me know when you do, and I will go in and have a look. The Conjuring is based on the Amityville Horror, and there are some Amityville Horror films as well. Yeah, I think those are the ones that I've heard about. I don't really watch horror movies because I'm a scaredy cat, but I always do in October. I have seen The Conjuring. I have not seen the Amityville Horror films that are out there. I usually always just go for the old school horror films because they're not going to scare me as much, like Suspiria's very nice. I watched Rosemary's Baby last October. Amityville was the horror movie last week and also one of the book picks for the Bring the Souls too, so you might have seen us mention it. I have seen you mention it also there. But I do know from it. I do know of it from previously. I'm going to wait with my reading journal until the printer has arrived. Yeah, no need to continue on with that now, right? Because you're waiting for the printer. It's an area where I have my bookcases, desk, bean bags, blankets. It has lights and book-related things in it. That sounds lovely. Sometimes I wish my apartment was just a tad bit bigger so I could have like a cozy area. I do have, let's see if I can show you. I have bookshelves, but right next to it, there's an empty space. But I'm gonna put a mirror there. And there's this perfect one on Amazon that I've been eyeing, and then I bought it and it got lost. And so now I'm waiting The Conjuring is not actually based on Amityville. It's a different haunting that's based on, but it has Ed and Lorraine Warren in, who got famous by having something to do. Okay, so it's connected somehow, but maybe not quite the same. Yes, it's lila. Okay, nice. Lila, like in Sweden, that's a color. Purple, the color purple. Lila. Hermie, I ordered my copy of The Exorcist so I can read it soon. You're reading such scary things. Oh my God. I watched at least 2 Amityville horror films, I think, but I've watched most of the Conjuring franchise films as well. I love horror films. Oh, that was what your old YouTube channel was about. Yeah. I think that's so cool. Did you like watch them or just discuss them? Like watch them in real time? Because I know that's quite popular for people to watch others reacting to scary things. I'm on Canva and use a template too, but still ran into some issues. Yeah, that happens, right? It's so tricky. I wish that it was much easier to be skilled in graphics. I know some people are. It's just, how do they do it? We have a wood burning oven, so not an accent. That's good. That's good. Wood burning oven is so nice. I bet you're all warm and cozy now. I can't wait to read that one, Paula, because The Exorcist I haven't read before, so it'll be a first time read for that one. Yeah, that's cool. The Exorcist is on my personal curriculum too for my demonology study. Ooh, I want to hear more about your personal curriculum, honestly. I think the Jordan Peele horror films are among the best I've seen. Have I seen 3 of his movies? I've seen Get Out and the one, what was that one called? Us? I don't quite remember what the name of the other one I've seen. And then there's Nope, right? I have Nope. I've purchased Nope, but I haven't seen it yet. It's in my library. So yeah. Jordan Peele is very talented. I used to know him from just being a comedian. So I got so confused when Get Out came out, but he's so talented. My flat has specific areas in it, so each area has a different use. Help me organize my brain. You seem to have things covered, Paula, like inspiration, to be honest. To be frank, I'm a bit fed up with horror based on inspired by Christian mythology. It needs to have a new take to be interesting. Yeah, if you've seen a lot, eventually you find what you're interested in within the genre. The only connection The Conjuring and Amityville have is that Ed and Lorraine Warren did an exorcism in both real-life cases. Crazy. Exorcisms. Oh, that's a fun subject to study, Paula. I've seen Get Out and Us. Yeah, okay, so those, it's called Us then. I've also seen those too, but they're both really good. I think Us scared me more than Get Out. But I think Get Out is the better movie. Nope, I heard many good things about. We have Us on the movie night for Bring the Souls. I haven't seen that one yet, but I love Jordan Peele movies and books. Yeah, did he write books? Are you for real? I didn't know that. I'm focusing on witch trails and the supernatural in literature and history, then mythology. That's a start for this year. You're learning about so many interesting things. I wish that all of us, because I know so many of us are doing the personal learning curriculum, I wish that all of us would just share what we're learning so I could learn through you, because that sounds really cool. You're really deep dived into, here I am sitting learning about exercise. Yours is way cooler. I feel like I didn't use my imagination enough. Marika? Nay, hello, nice to meet you. Welcome to the Sprints. I think this is our first time meeting, right? I am excited that you're here. Yeah, okay. My head is starting to get a little tired. I think there's a chance that I might make another cup of tea in the next sprint. Also, in order to get lighting here, because it's so dark, I do have a light and it makes me tired after a while. I'm like, should I go get sunglasses? But that would just be weird. It would just be very strange if I sat here with sunglasses. Both the movies and books for Amityville and The Conjuring are based on real life cases, yes, but Amityville is more of a true crime case, in my opinion. Okay. I don't like that it's based on something that happened, which means that I should probably not watch it because I will just creep myself out. I don't find it as scary if it's like a totally made up thing, but anything that feels like it could happen to you, that's like, yeah, I'll stay away. Maybe someone can convince me sometime to watch it, but then I'll need a friend that sits next to me and I don't have to go to sleep alone. I have to find the love of my life first or something. Jordan Peele, I don't think writes books that I've seen, but he edited Out There Screaming, which is a horror anthology, and that was a fun time. Cool, Out There Screaming. Let me look that up. Out There Screaming, an anthology of new black horror. Cool. That sounds very interesting to me, because reading horror is not, I'm not as scared. I'm currently doing a meditation and mindfulness teacher training at the moment. 300 hours. I'm 39% into it. Cool. What kind of training is this? I have been wanting to... My current goal is to become a spin instructor, but then goal number 2 is to do exactly that. I think I could conjure up a calming voice. And also, I did once last year, so I'm not going to say multiple times, but at work, I'm trying to start this club where we meditate. And we just did one on YouTube for free, but my goal is to at one point be able to lead those sessions, to be honest. But I'm not there yet. I know nothing about how to teach mindfulness and meditation, although I have participated in it many years. I think I don't get nightmares, etc. from horror films and books because I know it's all made up and not real. Yeah, I don't know. I get nightmares. Like every dream I ever had was literally a nightmare. Most of my dreams are not nightmares per se, but they're anxiety dreams. And I think there's a lot then, if you're watching horror films, there's a lot to just pick up all these little details. I oftentimes, if I do remember my dreams, they're like, I need to go pee really badly, but can't find a toilet. Or I'm at my favorite artist's concert and I'm in the front. And then suddenly I think I need to do something and I can't find my way back. I have dreams like that all the time. They're always anxiety dreams. And so I've had some fairly scary ones after watching a scary movie. I believe in a certain amount of supernatural stuff, but I don't believe that Ed and Lorraine are legit. They are interesting to look into, though, because they are very divisive. Ooh, but that's cool. Yeah, I am mostly skeptical to many such things, but you never know. I don't judge anyone who do believe in it either. I am just, I guess, lacking imagination. I want to study to be an embodiment instructor. I've never heard of that. Embodiment instructor? Oh, embodiment coach? Interesting. I need you to tell me more. It seems like you do touch people? I have never heard about this at all. I don't think I've ever tried it. I'm curious. I'm doing the MMT 300H online, but it's a course by the Shala. Okay, cool. I will look that up. I am looking everything up. 300 mindfulness. Okay, so it's time to get ready for another sprint, isn't it? We have 14 seconds. I will just do another sprint and we'll see where we go from there. And yeah, I wish you the greatest time, and we'll talk in an hour. Hello, we're back. I mean, I realized we've literally been sprinting all day. I was like, why do I suddenly feel so tired? And I realized that's why. This sprint, I managed to finish everything for my YouTube video. So tomorrow I'm just ready to film it, which is very exciting. And then I also went through my entire to-do list and set up everything, finished minor tasks. And then I spent some time reading My Friends by Fredrik Backman. I just hate dust jackets so much because it's like sliding. I don't like it. I don't like it. How do you guys deal with this? It just annoys the crap out of me because then it's like, why doesn't it stick or stay? And then you can't really move it. I shouldn't get annoyed. The book is really good so far. If you want to read it with me, BioPicked is actually a book club, and like you can see, no, how do I point? There in the corner. The book of the month is actually My Friends by Fredrik Backman. So if you haven't read it and you're intrigued, please join us. You can join us either over on Fable, it would be really nice, and then, or you could just join me here on YouTube. We're doing sprints also on Thursday, if you just want to read. Yeah, let's see. Embodiment. So now we're talking about stuff that happened before we went into the sprint. You can tell my brain is getting a little tired. Embodiment is using the body to reset the nervous system through movement, mindfulness, and somatic exercises. That's cool. I will definitely look into that. My nervous system needs a lot of resetting. I have learned that that's what's wrong with me, my nervous system. Luna said she could send the link to the meditation course that she's taken on Discord. I did check it out. Thank you so much for sending it over. Lila, how long are you planning to sprint overall today? I think I will do at least one more sprint. I'm getting tired at this point because I think I've been going for a while. But I have gotten most of the things on my weekly challenge image finished or checked off. I think I could do a bit more reading for fun. So for the next sprint, I might move over to my couch because I'm sitting by my, dinner table, if you could call it that, by my table, and it's getting uncomfortable for my back. So I might just move us all over to my couch because that could be comfortable. Just sit up with like a blanket and a pillow. And then I'm down for another sprint. Hello again. It's okay to pop in and out. This sprint, I did a lesson on the Pavamana mantra and practicing it. Cool. I think that sounds like a great evening activity also, to practice some mindfulness. Maybe I should do that actually. Now you're inspiring me. For the next sprint, maybe I'll do some meditation. I worked on my reading journal. I want to see your reading journal. Do you share this somewhere? Or is it highly secretive? Because I'm so curious. I noticed from talking to people on here that a lot of you have reading journals. It's not necessarily something that I keep. I used to bullet journal for an intense period in my early 20s. And I noticed that some of you do really cool things with your spreads, kind of similar to that. So I'm very curious. What do you keep in your journal? Had dinner, started some planning, and made a to-do list. Nice. Very productive. I hope you had a nice dinner. Planning is like one of my favorite activities, honestly. I listened to 3 chapters. You're doing so well. You are getting so much reading in. I finished editing and just waiting for it to download so I can upload to YouTube and schedule for tomorrow. Woohoo! Oh, here are my applause. Such a good job. You finally finished the editing. You worked so hard on that. Can't wait to watch it tomorrow. I usually take the dust jacket off while reading. Yeah, so do I. But then when you're sitting here, I can't like show you, oh, this is the book that I'm reading, because when I take the dust jacket off, this book is so boring looking. I'm going to show you. It is just white. So it looks like I'm reading my own fake book. But I think this is the best way to go, I guess. Ate my pizza, finished the first Lightfall, and started the second book called Shadow of the Bird. Yay, you're doing so good too. I mean, the amount of books that you've read since you started your 24-hour thing, you're just going through them one by one. I have a fabric hardcover book cover. It helps. How does that work? Is it like something that you've purchased or made yourself? And I guess you need one for your precise size of books, right? Because the thing with removing the dust cover is I find then you put your gross fingers on like this, like a white surface, and I'm going to end up staining it with my oily fingers or something. But then again, wouldn't I do that with the dust cover as well? Kate also takes the dust jackets off. Okay, well, I guess I'll just follow suit. I'm still working on that Instagram post, currently working on the caption. Takes me a lot longer to do that in English. I end up questioning every word. Don't worry about the caption. At least don't overanalyze it. And you can always get some help there, right? If you write something and then you ask AI, is this correct English? You don't have to think about it too much, right? Don't overthink. You're doing so good. I'm like, who is it? Is it Mom Kardashian? You're doing great, sweetie, or whatever she says. That's me. Hear that voice. I'm studying environmental law, and I find these sprints to be very productive. You are doing, that's good work, I think. Environmental law is honestly, I think we need more people studying environmental law. I think we should take care of our environment better than we do. I could share on Discord if I finish my setup. Yes, please do. I will be so excited to check it out. I'm probably going to go to bed as soon as I finished upload. So I would say good night all now, and thanks for the sprints. Thank you for joining, Hermie, and I wish you a very nice sleep, like the kind where you wake up so refreshed and so happy. That's what I wish for you. I have a fresh cup of tea. I said I was going to make one for that sprint, but I completely forgot about it, actually. I guess I'm not sure I'm in the mood. I just keep forgetting to drink it. Almost 40 books in a 20-minute video. It turns out if I script myself, I can talk more concisely. Still getting used to the teleprompter though, but that's how learning new skills goes. You have a teleprompter? Is it one that you like made yourself, or did you buy one? I'm so curious. I made one myself before, using like a picture frame. And then for my earlier videos on this channel, I actually used it, and I don't know where I put it. But it's very useful, I think. I'm so curious to know what you're going to talk about tomorrow. So many books. I think I got it off Amazon. It's basically a fabric dust cover. Okay. Amazon has so many things you didn't think of. I will definitely check it out. I think you're overthinking just, yes. For sure, I'm overthinking it. Right, you'll be sprinting tomorrow from 11:30. That's good to know. Actually, I think I have it in my calendar, but I put it in from 12:30. So if that's the case, no, it is in my calendar from 11:30. Here's the thing. I'm going to be at brunch, so I might miss it depending on how long you go. But I will check in and say hi and press the like button. Luna says, good night, Hermie. Hermie asks, do you have a Discord? No, I don't have a Discord. I am joining everyone else's Discords. And I think earlier when was it Lila? Yeah, Lila said she could share on Discord. I think she's talking about Barbara's Discord, where we're both on. The teleprompter is on the streaming platform I use. Cool that you can do that. So do you then, I guess you then record your videos through a streaming platform. That's very cool. Luna says, thank you. About joining the sprints, I assume. Yeah. I will definitely. I've had it in the calendar, and for some reason I thought it was going to be last weekend. But then I needed to reschedule it because I went in and looked. I was there at 11:30 last weekend. I was so excited. And then I realized I got the dates wrong. Yeah. I usually don't do things on Sundays because I have food deliveries. I like my food gets delivered at some point throughout the day. It's like automatic. And then I also like to do a little Sunday reset and get things settled for the week. But tomorrow I'm actually going to help my friend out with cleaning out her cabinets. And then we're having brunch. And I'm going to be there already at 10:30. And I think I have to leave my apartment at maybe 9 because she lives quite far from me. So it will take me some time. But it's a good chance or opportunity to just read. I think it will be a Adventures of Huckleberry Finn type of trip. And then I was thinking maybe I should bake some bread tomorrow. I don't know where that comes from because I think I have baked bread approximately once, twice before. But my friend recently got into sourdough making and then she talked about it, and my TikTok has picked it up and I can't stop watching. So maybe bagels I could make, but without sourdough because I don't have one of those. But I could do it with yeast. That would be nice. So maybe I should do some research on that and I can make some as like an evening activity. Baking something is cool. I also saw on TikTok there were these Korean salt breads, butter and salt breads, and you made this thing and you rolled in the butter. Oh, it looked so tasty. A little bit complicated, but I don't know. I'm not a baker. I want to be one really badly. I keep saying that this is the year I'm going to become a baker. Last year I baked some cookies and they turned out really great. So there are some teleprompter apps. Okay. So there are options. You don't have to make one yourself using a one of those picture frames like I did. It was supposed to be last weekend. Okay. I had to move it due to migraines. Okay. Then I understand. Then I wasn't completely out of the blue why it was in my calendar for that date. But it's good. You should always consider how you're doing and take care of yourself. So moving it is good. I might bake breads or buns tomorrow too. Ooh, what are you making? What kind of or do you follow a recipe? If you do, can you send it to me for some inspiration? I love baking, but more desserts and cakes. Yeah, I think that's what I aspire to be as well. I'm known usually for bringing dessert, and I still don't bake so much. On my list for the year is to bake one of those nice vintage looking cakes because I would like to learn how to pipe. So that's definitely something. That was on my list for last year and I didn't do it. So we'll see. Hopefully I can actually get it done this year. This year I made a more concentrated goal where I schedule one day a month where I need to do one of those baking activities or cook something I really would like to cook. So for example, focaccia is on there. I want to make some homemade pasta. I want to make bread. I want to make the cake. So there's a bunch of those different things in that list. And I was thinking then for each thing, I have to purchase stuff for my kitchen because my kitchen is lacking a lot of necessary household items just because once upon a time I rented out my apartment to a man and he stole some of it. And then also I haven't really lived here for all the years that I've been in the apartment because obviously I rented it out for a bit and I haven't spent so much time cooking here. I saw a video about making bagels too, and I think we both should try it. Yes, if you're trying it, then I'll definitely make them. We can send each other pictures. I saw one where it was cheddar or cheese on top, and then they put jalapenos. That looked so tasty. And I already have sesame seeds, which is one of my favorite styles of bagels. I also like everything bagels. Sweden has absolutely 0 good bagel places. I know there was one that recently opened, but they only have like 2 flavors. And one of them is the lox flavor, which I just do not like raw fish. I cannot, I know it's like smoked or whatever, but no, it's the consistency. I like the flavor of it, but not the consistency. So that I cannot do. And then the other one, I think, was just like a plain tomato one. I don't know. Then I think it's better if I just make my own. My favorite bagel that I had when I was in New York, like every day, is cream cheese but mixed with olives. So olives, cream cheese. And then you put a tomato slice and you put some pepper. I didn't make this up. The person I was in New York with made that up, but it's very tasty. I prefer bread rolls to bagels. I don't like the hole in the middle. I understand that. Yeah. But the thing about bagels that's very nice is like the chewiness, and then it's kind of a sweet bread. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you could do the same, but without the hole, I guess. I just really, really like the texture of a bagel, that it's so chewy. I kind of want one now. But yeah. Let's just set this as a challenge. To anyone who wants to join tomorrow, let's just make some bagels. Or bread rolls, if you prefer that. I have laundry in the evening also, so maybe I could just combine those 2 activities, because laundry just, I don't know, it takes the energy out of me. I do not like doing laundry, but you have to do it because your clothes need to be worn. Yeah, so for the next sprint, like I said, I'm moving to the couch. I'm setting up a station there. And then I'm just going to snuggle up with my book and do some reading for fun. And that's about it. It might be the last sprint because now we're approaching 10 o'clock here. And I've been going here since 1:45. This is my longest sprints ever. But it's nice to have tried it. My brain is starting to feel like mush and I need to just lay down and chillax. I got myself some snacks and a drink and I'm definitely ready for just taking some easy time. I need to do laundry tomorrow. So boring. Yes, it is so boring, but I guess it's a good time. I always listen to my audiobook whilst I'm doing laundry. So usually I do make some reading progress. Cinnamon and raisin bagels are my favorite. Cool. That is also nice. I don't think I've actually ever tried a cinnamon and raisin bagel, but if I'm making them tomorrow, I can make one and see how I like it. It seems like a really nice combination, to be honest. Maybe I can make a couple of different ones. I don't know if I can buy everything, spices or whatever you call it, like that mix here, considering bagels isn't really a thing. But I do have sesame. I could make the cheddar and jalapeno ones, and then the cinnamon and raisin. I think that sounds so tasty. I do have a different kind of cheese. Maybe I should eat that one now, actually. It's like a Kalbach. Is that how it's called? Pronounced? I don't know. It's very tasty. Okay. Oh, why am I chatting so much? It's time to go into the sprint. Oh, yeah. You can tell I'm tired. Okay. Okay. It was a great decision to move over to the couch. I feel less tired than I did just an hour ago. And I spent most of the sprint just reading. I moved over here, ate some snacks, and then I spent most of the sprint reading my friend's Fredrik Backman. I made it to 120 pages in, I think. How much could that be? I always add it to Fable, and then it will tell me how many percent I'm into the book. So that's how I judge things now. Let's see, 120, 30% into the book. It's really good so far. I'm enjoying it. I think it just feels like cozy fiction, but at the same time, I get the feeling I will cry at some point. It's already quite sad. Paula nearly did all my planning and did Discord admin. You're getting so much done. That's nice. It's nice to be able to finish the planning. Oh, yay! You posted the giveaway. Okay, I need to go in and look at it. And dinner is just about to be ready. What are you having for dinner? I'm going to go onto Instagram and just see what you posted. Go check this out. I'm hosting a giveaway. Win one of my plushies. Cool. They're so cute. You are so talented. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, I will look into that. Lila read 30 pages. That's so good. Good job with your reading. I spent most of the sprint starting to edit a video with footage from my trip to India. It's kind of a memories curated video. When were you in India? And where were you? I've never been. I know very little of the country, to be honest. And thank you, Paula, for joining in on the sprints. It's been so nice to hang out today. Highly appreciated that you joined in. I listened to 1.5 chapter and got ready for bed. Yeah, I am about to do the same. I am feeling like the bed is ready for me. And I need to wash my face and brush my teeth and do all those things. I read 130 pages of Shadow of the Bird, nearly finished. Then I'll log everything I've read today in my spreadsheet. You have done so well today. Where are you at in your timer? Because it seems like you made a lot of progress. I made a noodle soup. That's nice. Has been so long since I had some noodle soup. It's very tasty. I read a German romance called Purple Clouds Meet Cute Edition. Purple Clouds Meet Cute. I do not speak German. So I don't think but I guess maybe there's a translated version, right? Or is there? It looks very cute from the cover. Actually, I was in India in October 2024. It was my gift to myself for my 50th. Sounds very nice. I think it's good to do like those long trips when you're celebrating something special. I won Interrailing passes. So I will for sure be going on an Interrailing trip this summer, not to celebrate a birthday or anything. Because I won, I am definitely, I have to go. It was an Instagram competition that I competed in. And so my friend and I are thinking of doing what we're calling hot girl summer, when we're just going to go to Italy, south of France, and then also Spain to maybe... What is this called? Is it called the same? Andorra? Probably. Right? Yeah, it's a country. right? We're passing by Andorra for sure to do hiking. That would be really cool. But I need to save money for that. It's going to be so expensive. So that's my only worry at the moment. 14 hours, 22 minutes left, and 12 books done. Yay, so good, so good. Thanks for today's streaming tomorrow. I'm not, but I know that Luna is. So she's streaming from 11:30 tomorrow. So if you head over to her channel, I'm sure you can join her sprints. Tomorrow I have very limited time to participate in much. I will hang out with my friends for brunch, and then once I'm back, I'm doing chores, and then I'm going to try to film a YouTube video because I have now finished it, so I might as well, like the script of it. My housemate for my master's was from India. Cool. I do also have some Indian acquaintances and friends and such. But a lot of them, and I also meet a lot of Indian people in my work because I do, I interview, and I'm a recruiter. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm a recruiter, and a lot of the times for many of the roles, like there's a lot of Indian people that work with tech specifically because I do tech recruitment. Interrail is cool. I did that in 95, Eastern Europe only though. Yeah, I have done it once before in 2016. So it'll be was it 2016? I think so. So then it will be like 10 years after I'm doing another one. So I'm skipping Eastern Europe because I did that then. Thanks so much for the sprints today. They definitely keep me from scrolling and chilling the whole day. Yeah, same. I didn't do much scrolling. I think I'm going to do that now a little bit before falling asleep. And thank you, Luna, for joining the sprints. I wish you the best with yours tomorrow. And actually, thank you, everyone, for being here. It is about time to go to sleep or get ready for bed. And for those of us who want to bake bagels tomorrow, let's talk on Discord and show bagels to each other because I'm making them. I looked up a recipe. I did that during the sprint and calculated that I still have time to make them in the evening with all the proofing and stuff. It's going to be fine. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. And I really enjoyed today. Now I am so tired. Thank you for hosting. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for the sprints, says Kate. It would be lovely hanging out with y'all. It's been lovely.